Okay, how about now? Thank you for calling that out. I made this new scene and completely forgot to add my microphone to the scene. Advantages to separating all your audio out: you can separate your audio. Disadvantages: if you're a dumbass like me, you forget to put all of the individual sources in your new scenes. Hello then. I was actually just getting some stuff set up to show off the display since I realized my capture isn't going to show the settings. But I put in a bunch of work yesterday. For those of you who, I think all of you are aware, I've been working on a mod to the existing Chaos Damage Shuffler, which has a lineage going from Brossencha's Shuffler to Author Blues' Mega Man Damage Shuffler to Smite's communities, especially Figgle's Chaos Damage Shuffler, which just added a bunch of games that weren't Mega Man. I'm adding functionality to... Oh, that's right. Slowbeef did it before Brossencha. Thank you. But I'm adding some functionality to swap in RPGs when you get into a random encounter. I put in a bunch of work yesterday to get some preliminary, I'm not going to call it done. It still needs a ton of testing, and I fully expect something to explode while I'm messing around with this today. But I at least have an arbitrary version of every Final Fantasy from 1 to 9 working in preliminary testing. So that's what I'm going to show off here today a little bit. Alright. This is going to be jank, but I just wanted to have this visible before I got started. So this is the window that shows up when you are setting it up. And this was all done by the previous people. But if you go here to the RPG Encounter Shuffler, the big thing that I have set up that I mostly wanted to show is there are a couple options for having it randomly swap when you get into encounter instead of every time. So here I have it set to a 60% chance to swap. Every time you swap, every time it doesn't swap, the chance goes up 10%, which you can configure here. So with these settings, it'll only ever be 4 encounters at most before you swap, but you never really know whether it's going to happen or not. But yeah, this is all configurable. I'm also going to resume my testing session. You know what? Actually, no, I'm not going to. We all get to have the intros to these Final Fantasy games. So yeah, without further ado, boop. It is additive, Tina. That's actually a good idea. I should give an option for multiplicative. Actually, let me do that. Since y'all are very smart people who have very good ideas, let me open my notes real quick so that I can take note of all of the suggestions that people have. Alright. So, the Shuffle Gods have deemed that we're starting with Final Fantasy VI. So for this, I just have, I put everything in here just so I could show it off. You can configure how you want to handle, like, you could put 5 instances of Final Fantasy VI in here if you wanted, and just swap between them, as long as you named them something different. But I just have an instance of each game from 1 through 9 going right now. Oh, you're right, Egrets. I'm bad at numbers, you see. I double everything in my head. You don't have to tell them that, T-Rob. Also, I maintain that, the way that, they show limit cuts in that game tends to be, impossible to parse in short notice. And I'll die on that hill. Don't worry, you probably won't be here for long. Alright, the Insta. Oh, that... Well, we're gonna have to deal with it. I forgot to mess with my, settings. We won't be in Final Fantasy V long enough for it to matter. It'll probably be a little cut off. I guess I can try fixing it during the intro. I finished doing the work on this to the point where I felt comfortable showing this off at like 1:30 a.m. and just threw this scene together, and obviously did not do my due diligence and completely forgot that I have a single Game Boy Advance game in this set. Yeah, Tina. Don't tell anyone this, but a non-zero part of why I was interested in, turn this down a little bit. A non-zero part of why I was interested in doing Arcade Pit was to get access to the secret tech, because I'm going to ape a lot of things from that, I think. Because, yeah, Smite's setup is amazing, and I want to be better at layouts and things. Also, as soon as I get some time, I want to look into how Arcade Pit and Kuso Grande use RTMP to show multiple streams. because we actually have a use case that's kind of similar that we've been using Discord streaming for. For our Extra Life streams, we generally do a multiplayer Ocarina of Time randomizer. And we've just been all streaming to Discord and manually doing that, which is awful and terrible. And I'd really like to get some RTMP stuff going to make that work better. Honestly, I would appreciate that, Tina. And yeah, Tristan is one person I was thinking of asking, because I know Tristan has done a lot of work for Big Bad Gameathon, too. I guess I wasn't aware how different Tristan's setup was, though. A meteor. Surely this doesn't bode badly for us. Okay. That's good to know. I figured it wouldn't be, like, super complicated to set up, but I also haven't really touched any of that, so I didn't feel comfortable saying that. Dang, maybe 60% was too high. Good morning, Jeffy. Speaking of the route, Tina, I think I can say I've made it if someone does a multi-game run using this and follows the step route. Because unless saving and loading a state would change would change things, I think you should be able to. Right? Like, I didn't do this because I thought it would be a good idea. Like, I think that was actually something I have in my notes when I was planning this project. Is just like, is this for anybody? Because, like, it's a lot. One reason I'm, that one doesn't count, by the way. I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually trigger, it doesn't count as an encounter. Completely lost my train of thought. But yes, there's a lot, and I plan on adding more games to it with more specific swap conditions. And it's just gonna get dumber. Is kinda, I guess, where I'm at. Like, relevant to what I've been doing recently, I had the really dumb idea of making an Lufia 2 Ancient Cave specific setting, with the goal of having multiple Ancient Cave runs, where the swap condition is going down a floor. Yeah, the 4 soundtrack is really good. Like, I'm trying to think if there even is a Final Fantasy that I wouldn't say had an amazing soundtrack. But, yeah, 4 was especially good and had a lot of remixes. 3, of course. I mean, that's just... 3 has things like the opera and Dancing Mad, and I think if I had to pick one, which is probably partially because it was like mysterious to me at the time and I'd only heard a few things. Oh, right, different button. 5's is probably up there for me. I'm a sucker for a lot of the drums, drum samples and stuff that are used in 5, though. I also really love NES 3's soundtrack, yeah. Like, yeah, I can't think of one that I don't, but Crystal Tower... I'm trying to remember the name of the song in the Second World in 3. Yeah, the boss theme. I too just flop into my bed wearing full plate armor when I'm depressed. I don't think I ever noticed the, like, ticking noise during that scene before. You know, I don't have a good idea of how long it takes, but I do know that usually that's why you have a squire, because taking it off yourself is nigh impossible. Hello, Kane, my most loyal of friends. I was talking about it a little bit when I was playing Crosscode on Friday night, but these kinds of pixel art, like landscape scenes, are one of my favorite things. I hadn't either, Jeffy, until I started working on this. Fun fact, because I wanted to make sure that I tested non-event encounters, it takes a really long time to get to the first actually random encounter in Final Fantasy IX, I discovered. Morning, Tormod. Oh, thank you for the sub. Has it really been 3 months? Everyone was subbing the other day too, and I realized, dang. What is time? So, getting multi-disc games to work with this was an interesting little... I'm not going to really call it a challenge because I pretty quickly realized that I had the tools to solve the problem. But the initial problem I was, well, running into is a strong word, that I predicted was the shuffler looks at the individual files in the games folder as a way to just grab the games that you're using for shuffling and looks at the hashes of them to determine what game it is. That setup doesn't really work for multi-disc games because each disc would be considered its own game and thus would be a candidate for swapping to. So luckily BizHawk has a multi-disc bundler function that you can use to create an XML file that it uses to facilitate disk swapping, which thankfully is a single file. And the very intelligent previous people who are working on the original version of this script have a backup option for looking at the name of a file rather than the hash. A Q file should work. I haven't really messed around with that too much. I think I would still want to use the file name recognition over the hash recognition for the Q file, just because they can be a little bit different, but that would probably work. He's the coolest. Oop. That's one thing that I would like to work on a little bit, is seeing if I can find some better memory that will normalize the swap times a little bit. I don't know if that's viable. It probably won't be for every game, but... Oh, right, is this one of those? Alright, quick, who wants to be in the party? Alright. We have our 3. How many characters do you get? Alright. All of your names fit so perfectly. Yeah, you're gonna be swapping a lot in this one. This one also has a known bug. The memory that I'm using, weirdly enough, seems consistent, except the flag from the encounter also gets set when the opening cutscene plays. I don't know why. As far as I'm aware, that's the only other place that sets that memory to that. And I need to figure out how to fix that. But it's also one swap in an entire game that, like, shouldn't happen, so it's low priority. Man, Final Fantasy IV's overworld theme is so good. You want to talk about fun and weird? The game that the one game that hasn't shown up yet that I'm most worried about, is Final Fantasy VIII, because the memory that I'm using for that I don't trust any farther than I can throw it. But the memory that Retro Achievements Code Notes found doesn't seem to be active on the world map, which is weird because I assumed it would be a pointer, but maybe I'm just really bad at finding pointers, but I couldn't find one. So I don't know if there's just a different thing that tracks the state of the game in, like, a zone versus the world map. So I fully expect Final Fantasy VIII to explode at some point, but, you know, alpha release, if that's what we're going to call this. World's most hidden Phoenix Down. Godspeed and all that, whatnot. That's a very good line. This is how you know Final Fantasy V is the best one, because you start out with a Chocobo. With more morals than your main character. All Red Mage? Sure, we can go all Red Mage. We'll name the other people who are in chat who haven't gotten a character yet. Red Mage is super strong early game, kind of expensive, and then late game they have a little bit more trouble, but you can absolutely win with all Red Mages. Thief is awful, yes. Sure. We'll have an honorary Chocobo in our party. I think I can use rapiers. It has been a really long time since I've played Final Fantasy I, especially the NES version. All right. Can they use chainmail? Or is this a wooden armor? Okay. Yeah, at the beginning, they're just kind of like better fighters. Okay, everything's 100. Probably don't need magic to go knock down Garland, though. Honestly, the hardest part about this, since it's using so many different systems, is remembering what button is confirm in which game. And no, I will not normalize it, because that would take half the fun out of it. Yeah, because, like, the NES and the Game Boy Advance use A and B. Then, you know, the SNES games, which are mapped to... I'm using a DualSense controller. So, A and B are mapped to cross and square. And then for the SNES, you know, A is mapped to circle, B is mapped to cross, etc., etc. And, you know, PlayStation is obviously the PlayStation buttons, but they couldn't decide what was confirm between those three games anyway, so you have to remember which of the three games uses what button for what. That's what I tend to do when I'm just playing one game. but I'm using a different installation of BizHawk for this right now. So, everything's default, baby. Now approaching floor null. That's to be expected. I have it set to a 60% base chance to swap, increasing 10% every time. Now, was that an encounter? Or was that an incorrect swap? Well, I guess we'll find out. But yes, 60% chance to swap on a trigger, increasing 10% every time it doesn't swap, resetting to 60 once it does. That's 10% additively. Still no FF8. I think. So the ones we're missing still so far are FF2 NES and FF8. I think we've seen all of the others at this point. Excuse me. I just inhaled some coffee. You say that, Egrets, except, there's the entire opening sequence where, theoretically, I could get through the entire thing without a swap, because I think there's 4 encounters in the opening sequence. Or we could just immediately be shunted out if the first fight with, the masked dragon guy is a swap. Although, who here is familiar with Dragon Quest VII? The stage play does count as an encounter. As far as I can tell, the memory that I'm using for this, as long as you're in the battle scene, it counts it as an encounter. But yeah, when I was testing this last night to try and make sure that, you know, event battles were counted the same as random encounters. Okay, you played the 3DS version. I think they reduced the time that the intro takes in the 3DS version. Yeah, I think it's longer in the PS1 edition. Like, it is literal hours before your first encounter in Dragon Quest VII PS1. Oh, no swap. Well, good news, Egrets. I plan on adding them to this, so if you want to play them optimally, you can just play through them all in a shuffler. Dragon Quest is something that I never really got into. I think the first Dragon Quest I actually played was 8 on the PS2. Well, no, that's not true. I played Dragon Quest Monsters on the Game Boy. But I think my first, like, mainline Dragon Quest was 8. It might have been... I might have played a little bit of 7, because a friend had a copy and I played it a little bit. A couple years back, a bunch of friends and I did a kind of group series playthrough of Dragon Quest, which I didn't finish. I got up to like 5 or 6, I should say, which was fine with me because those were all the ones I hadn't played. Yeah, I liked a lot about DQ2 until the final area. This song is so good. Absolutely agreed, Egrets. Honestly, doing this has made me realize that I'm due for a replay of Final Fantasy IX. Sorry your ticket's fake, kid. Here's an addiction. Yeah, Vivi is such a tragic character. And FF9 has Freya. Which, honestly, the biggest sin of Final Fantasy IX is that Freya doesn't get enough time in the spotlight. That was sort of rectified in Small Saga, though. Honestly, the Rat Kid is stronger than I am. Imagine climbing up a ladder while carrying another ladder. Oh no, he crits. Although, hey, I guess it's kind of cool being an orbital object. Oh, Steiner. Well, you see, Egrets, that's why they want to be your canary. This play is really about the hidden urge to be Bird. Okay. And we're back here. Oh, and here's 8. Those dogs attacked so hard I got blown to the title screen of the PlayStation. Honestly, yeah, it's a really good one. When I was in high school, also, I was absolutely obsessed with this song. Like, I thought Fithos Lusek Vikos Vidosek was like the coolest thing. Also, you can't beat Man with a Machine Gun. Is that the actual name of this song? That's right. It is Liberate Fatale. Huh. I never thought to look at it as an anagram. I just thought it was fake Latin. Hey, Jayla. My experience with this game was weird. The first experience I had with it was a friend of mine had it and was stuck on the Ultimecia fight where you had the, I guess, I don't know if it was Ultimecia, the one where she junctions Rinoa and you have to like beat her without killing Rinoa. But he had played the game entirely wrong, as is incredibly easy to do with this game, and was stuck. So my first experience with this game was him being like, "Hey, you're good at video games. Can you beat this fight for me?" And having to like figure out how to play this game from first principles in just that fight. I managed to get through it. Yeah, then I eventually got a copy, and even at the time, I didn't know about the level scaling, so, you know, I did what I always do, and I fought every encounter and leveled up. And yeah, like, I'll be honest, I think a lot of people really overblow how, like, the level scaling makes things harder. Like, if you're power leveling, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. But, like, just playing the game normally and fighting most encounters that you come across, it's fine. Yeah, exactly. The only place that it really screwed me was the I think it's a red dragon that's like on the elevator down to where you get eaten. That thing kicked my ass because it had scaled far enough that like flamethrower was one-shotting my party, so I had to do some dumb stuff. But I mean, at the same time, you could just junction for fire resist and you're fine. I used guides quite a bit too. I had a subscription to Nintendo Power for a really long time, and they liked to, as a subscription bonus, you got to pick a strategy guide a lot of the time. So I had strategy guides for games that I never played. I just like to read them. Oh. I didn't realize that you actually did bring her with you. Whoops. I still have... Well... The... Most of my Nintendo Power still exist at my parents' old place, probably, but I don't really have access to them. Also, they're really beat up. Huh. I don't think I was aware of that. Although I guess at the time FF1 was like, or Final Fantasy 1 was like, I'm going to use the word relevant but in a marketing sense. Yeah, I was going to say I probably wasn't really paying any attention. When did Final Fantasy 1 come out? I might have been born. Really? It was that early? Alright, never mind. Close, but I wasn't quite born yet at that point. Oh, I kind of forgot that you don't actually have access to drawing until Quistis tells you about it. Man, I always forget my GF. Also, Squall has a bird GF. Man, they're already spoiling it for it. Amnesia is a small price to pay for Bird GF. Also, something that I remembered while setting this up is how unhinged the control scheme is for this game in particular. It was in the kind of transition period where Square was still trying to figure out how they wanted to have the controls, and hoo boy, they're just completely different than everything else. Like, circle opens the menu? I don't need this magic. Also, I think, like, this tutorial isn't bad, but I think I think it would have helped a lot of people to play this game better if they kind of explained the intent behind some of this stuff, rather than just, like, how to do it. Hey, Toonhead. Yeah, RPG protagonists have the special ability to, become macro as soon as they leave any town. It's just part and parcel with being a protagonist. The world map theme in Final Fantasy VIII is really good. Quistis, all you're doing is wasting our time. This is water and water and water, water. But not anymore. Yeah, I think we're through the intro in basically every game at this point. Well, I guess 9 is still going. We got so the only one we haven't seen so far is FF2, JP. You know, actually, I just realized, like, the more I think about it, the more I think, like, the least cursed, and, well, maybe not least cursed, but most, like, directly interesting use case of this is going to be, multiple challenge runs of a single game in one sitting. Because, like, you'd have to find a way to differentiate them, probably with your character names. But now I'm imagining shuffling between multiple 4-job fiestas at once. Yeah, FF1 Rando. Like, honestly, any of the randos, like Free Enterprise or Career Day, too. FF6 Beyond Chaos. Yeah, for sure, the different sprites would help. You could also set different menu colors and things, too. Vamos a la flamenco. That also reminds me, if we get to that point today, I need to set up Final Fantasy VI with the Demon Chocobo. Oh, you're right there with me. A minigame is happening. A minigame that is surprisingly important for the speedrun, because how well you do at it determines how much money you get. Unless you're talking about what is happening in general, in which case I'm showing off the randomizer, the encounter shuffler. Oh, yeah. That's just a minigame. FF9 likes its minigames. I mean, if T-Rob's still here, I'm sure she can confirm that that's how fencing works. I hate these bozos, but they have a really good theme song. I do appreciate how quickly they establish the dynamic between Steiner and Beatrix here. You just instantly know what those two are about. One in here. Although, hi, Queena. Non-binary icon, Queena. I don't actually know if you need to find all the Pluto Knights or not. I actually watched a friend of mine do a speed run of this last night, but I missed the very beginning of it, so I don't know how they handle the intro in the speed run. You know, as a kid, I remember being disappointed with the art style of this game. Just, like, not liking the cartooniness of it, but I really appreciate it now. I mean, he kind of is. He doesn't get spiky hair when he goes trance mode, but he kind of gets everything else. no swap. Oh, never mind. I forgot how long that takes. Yeah, something I would like to do is normalize the swap times a bit, but that may be difficult. Oh, right. That's good news. It looked like it swapped when I went through the door, but, it was actually just an encounter, so... Fine, I'll unshrimp. Oh hey, we finally got here. I have drank my water. Alright. We're naming people after chat members, and we've had a few new people show up, so you get to be these. Except you get to be Guy. He do speak Beaver. It is a very strong move to start this game with you just in combat, especially for a game from 1988. You know, casual 900 damage, don't worry about it. You are in the party. Briefly. Honestly, I don't know why I went with the NES version for this initially. I probably should have done the Dawn of Souls version, but eh. Oh no, that's right. The reason I didn't do that initially was because there's 2 games in one, and I didn't want to bother figuring out how to differentiate them. It's on the list. Alright, I need to learn Wild Rose. The problem with going with the Pixel Remaster versions is because this script is written for BizHawk, it has to be console versions. Do we have equipment? Okay, we do. Yeah. 2 is definitely the most divisive one. There's absolutely stuff to like about it. There's just also some stuff not to like about it. I honestly think once you understand how the leveling works in it, it's actually not bad from like a base standpoint. I mostly think that the early versions have bad dungeon design, mostly because of the trap rooms. Which having a map helps with a lot. The Imperial Dreadnought is the dungeon that comes to mind to me as like, this is just awful. It's just a row of doors that drop you in the center of a room that each step, I think each step is a guaranteed encounter, or at least close to it, and you just have to check them, and you just get into a ton of encounters. Oh man, FF6 is here to stay for a little bit. Seems to be liking FF4 all of a sudden. And we're back here. Out of all the things, I did not expect to get through the entire intro of FF9, but here we are. I'm sure it's fine. You don't need to air out tents or anything. Garnet is very good at improvising. Although I guess if this is the most popular play in Alexandria, she's probably seen it before. I mean, Steiner's whole thing is being very not good at most things. You mean like Pete from Disney? Yeah, I mean, I can see it. Big and oafish. I could absolutely see Steiner talking in his voice. Well, hey, good news. We're back here. Or not. You know, I don't think this song fits the Lava Cavern very well, but that is a really good dungeon theme. Also, FF3's battle theme is really good. Why did they make that video? Because sometimes, inspiration strikes, and you just know something needs to be in the world. And they were correct to do so. Water and water and water, water. Hey, we're back here. Oh no, monsters strike first. I forgot to increase the message speed when I started this. Whoops. One fun thing about doing this in the shuffler is that, like, you get to see the evolution of the same enemy sprites, because, like, we were fighting these guys in Final Fantasy IV, and they look pretty similar. There's just something punchable about my face, I think. You know, it's really a shame that the concept behind this is incompatible with hardcore retro achievements, because I think I just had possibly the worst possible idea for a use case for this, which is, isn't there a subset of Final Fantasy for each solo class challenge? Oh. Alright, that's a bug. Let me write that down. Not sure why that swapped there. What is the, what's the subset? Because doesn't Final Fantasy 1 have, like, 100 subsets or something? Oh, just immediately poisoned. That's it, the 126 character combinations. Yeah, just put 126 instances of this in, and have each character combination in the shuffler. But yeah, unfortunately you wouldn't be able to do it in hardcore because this makes use of save states to do the swapping. But it would be very funny stream content, like, to just do all 126 in a shuffler over the course of, like... God, I don't even know how long that would take. Like, it would take me literal years because I only stream, like, 6 hours a week, but... I'm legitimately not sure what W means in that context. Okay. Just wait until we get to Breath of Fire. When I add Breath of Fire 2, we'll get to have heal bowls everywhere. All right. How do you? Oh, do they have to teach me about how to use materia? Heads up, here they come. And it's these guys. Such a good boss battle theme. Alright, so here is the first known bug, which, given that I don't have a guaranteed swap, it might not happen. Okay, it didn't happen. When this cutscene starts, it sets the same memory that a random encounter does, for some reason. So it's possible for it to swap here. I guess I say for some reason. I'm pretty sure the memory that I've hooked into is actually a, what's the word? Like a function, pointer, rather than, like, something that's supposed to be used to determine whether or not you're in combat. It just so happens to always be set to a specific value when you enter combat. So, unless I can find something better, I'm kind of okay with it swapping here, because it's one extra swap in a Final Fantasy game. But I need to do more testing to make sure it doesn't get set anywhere else that it shouldn't. I forgot that you have to manually unequip in this one. Alright, what job do you want, Jeffy? Same goes to you, T. Robin Tormod, if you're still here. Alright. You get to be a red mage. Can you change order? Or does it matter in this? I guess it might not matter. Actually, T-Rob plays Black Mage in Final Fantasy XIV, so... My capacity points. Oh, wait, why do you randomly only have 5 capacity? What? Well, I guess you're an Onion Knight for right now. I'm actually really confused where the discrepancy in capacity came from. Oh. There's potions in the well. Nice and cool. They taste better that way. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, we definitely got quite a bit of snow over the course of yesterday. I'm surprised that at this point that it took this long for that snow emergency to be declared, though. Because, like, it hasn't been snowing today. Oh yeah, Egrets, I remember seeing you posting about that. Imagine coming here from Australia and your first experience is, getting mired in the snow. Actually, that's a good point I hadn't thought about, because I was thinking, there really isn't much of a reason to make hard saves, but there absolutely is, because, dying is a thing. Can I use the inn here? I can. Let's sleep at the inn, where, in the Cursed Town, where sleeping in the inn gets you turned into a outline. I forgot that they just immediately give you an airship in this one. Right. Can you even buy black magic yet? You're fine. If only, egrets. That would fall squarely under one of the, like, so you say you've been cursed, but this is actually just better. Oh, Chayla, of course you do. Capitalism doesn't wait for us to be uncursed. Me at a young age, reading, like, any book or watching any show where someone gets quote-unquote cursed to be transformed into some kind of animal or monster, and I'm just like... And this is a bad thing? Yeah, turns out denial is a very strong thing. Holy arrow. And wood arrow. Me reading Chronicles of Narnia as a young Christian child and getting to the point where one of the kids starts turning into a dragon and it's all like slow burn and all about how bad it is, and I'm just like, nah man. The literally only bad thing about this is that the bracelet is stuck on your arm. Oh, there were a billion things, Toonhead. That's just one of them. There was that one episode of the Aladdin cartoon where Jasmine got turned into a snake. It's never too late, Chayla. Quistis is complimenting me on my ability to run away. I was kind of hoping for no swap there, so we got to hear the Final Fantasy VIII boss theme for more than 3 notes. You know, I was originally going to just do this for a little bit and then swap over to something else, but I'm legitimately having enough fun with this, so I'm probably just going to make this the rest of the stream. Which is a good sign. Also, other than that one glitch in Final Fantasy I that I need to figure out, it's been surprisingly stable. I know, right? I'm pretty sure they made fun illegal. That wasn't my intent when I made this. AJ hit. Yeah, the only reason I didn't immediately add Ancient Cave was, I mean, 1, just I randomly decided to get all the Final Fantasies in first, and 2, I want to add a separate condition for that one where going down a floor in the Ancient Cave triggers a swap. Oh man, Chilla, what kind of soup you making? Whoops. Ooh, chicken barley? Yeah, that's a good soup. Hell yeah. So, another fun fact. I have the official sheet music for this game. And because I'm an idiot who doesn't know how to work his way up to things, this is the first song I tried to play in it, which is surprisingly difficult. I'm also just so out of practice on the keyboard. It has a lot of notes, and it is, very syncopated. I'd prefer not to link to Twitter, honestly. If you want to just grab the image, you can chuck it in the Discord. Which, by the way, if you want, well, slightly more reliable notifications when I go live. I do have a Discord I have set up. Yep. Wow, such commands. Much chat. Yeah, it apparently swaps at the end of combat as well as at the start, so I need to figure that one out. Thank you, Toonhead. Yeah, I don't remember what memory I'm using for this, but it's possible that it gets reinitialized at the end of a fight as well. I was actually saying it the other day, I miss when Markov chains were the generative AI of choice. Alright. We get to hear the Final Fantasy VIII boss music, at least. Also, hello, Ifrit. They have Shiva? Yeah. The funny thing is, GF Only isn't that far off from how I played this game the first time. You know, I also can't help but wonder about the logistics of this, because apparently every student in CD has to come here and, like, do this, right? Or do they just have, like, a rotate... Do they just, like, know of a bunch of different caves that have different GFs in them? Because this really seems to be, like, the first time Ifrit has fought someone, given some of the things he's saying, but... like... How does this work? Also, It's not really much of a time limit, but it is really mean of them to put so many time sequences at the very beginning of this game. Woo, Ifrit's card. That could be. I don't know, man. Mandragora would be, probably have some instant kill stuff going on. Hey, it's Buer. Yeah, I don't actually remember what all affects your initial seed ranking. I know how much time you give yourself does. Hey, we're back here. We might even get jobs. Probably not, to be honest with you. Almost certainly not. Oh, that's right, because the idea is you accurately pick, because you want to have as little time as possible left. Oh no. And then there's this classic line telling you the opposite of what you're actually supposed to do. Yeah. I will say that it is a really cool idea that you, like, having an RPG where you have a salary. Oh no, more timers! Oop. Yeah, the Mist Dragon was the first one because it was a tutorial for the ATB, and then they just kind of kept doing it. Yeah, J-Hit, that's kind of how I treat it. And, like, money isn't super important in FF8 anyway. I don't remember how to equip materia. Maybe you can't yet. Okay. It has been so long since I've played really any of the PS1 Final Fantasy bosses. But this one in particular, I think it's been the longest. You know, I wonder if this alarm sound is the same one as the one they use in Chrono Trigger. It's really close, if not. Oh, yeah. I can never remember. Is Rebirth the second one? Because I played the first... Yeah, I played Remake. I haven't played Rebirth yet. Too many games. Nope. You know, it's almost funnier when the swap happens at the very start, because it's kind of startling. Kind of a knock-on effect of this, similar to the damage shuffler, is you're going to end up getting more random encounters because you don't remember where you are in whatever game you swap to. Another really good boss theme. But yeah, this is the first phase change tutorial boss to teach you about the ATB. I mean, honestly, this game would have gone a lot better if you did smooch this dragon. Also, Mist could pass. I guess I don't know if you attack this one, if it has a chance of counterattacking, though. I think it does. Damn, the crits. Goodbye, dragon. Sandman. That's a good thing, right? It's just a fireworks show. Right? You know, this is an entirely reasonable reaction that Rydia is having here. You know, Princess Bride would have been a lot shorter of a movie if Inigo Montoya could summon Titan. I'm just saying. You know, I've said this before, but just like the level of detail on Final Fantasy VI's in-battle sprites is kind of wild. It sometimes makes it hard to tell what you're supposed to be seeing, but, like, look at Tritok here. There's just a lot going on, and it's really cool. Some just excellent sprite work. I'll head over there in a second. I need my clock juice. The timer. Streamer. I do remember this timer actually making me anxious the first time I played this game. That's a hell of a bomb. You know that's fair. I forgot about that dumbass roll Cloud does. Oh, you're right. I do remember that. He's so cool. I'd kind of forgotten how rough Final Fantasy VII's translation was, even outside of the meme ones. Right? One dude with a spreadsheet that they give a month to translate an entire novel's worth of text with no context. It's honestly a miracle that anything got translated at all. I have no idea what that means, Jesse. Absolutely nothing. Man, I just love when games weren't political. This game has nothing to say. It's just cool dudes doing cool things. Certainly not the intro of being a bunch of eco-terrorists and then talking about lack of social mobility in a capitalist hellscape. Yep, that's really what we're here for. I mean, I think that's just a testament to how cool these trains are. Nobody in this game is cool enough to suplex them. Also talking about the ethical ramifications of your eco-terrorist attack. And state propaganda. Really, it's just a shame that they don't let you play pinball. Yup, that would never happen. Surely nothing is going on with Cloud. Everything is very straightforward with him. Cloud is definitely impervious to feelings. Ignore the repression. Shucks, money. I say this every day. My childhood dream was also to be a damsel in distress. 1,500 whole gil. Hey, Anisep. How's it going? Oh. Yeah, I suppose I should change my title, because Ancient Cave is probably not happening. Now, Anthrocon. There's an idea. Wow, I don't like either of these options. Shows what any of you know. I was just going to attach the webcam to my HVAC and let you guys watch that. Don't actually remember where the weapon shop is. none of this. I kind of forgot how unhinged that cutscene is. Oh, wait. I love the idea of sleeping on this random kid's bed. Hooray, more trains. Oh no, we've been found. I love the timer here. Which, if I remember right, you can, like, talk to people and get things or something like that. So the timer actually does kind of matter. Time to jump out of a train. I don't think that's what... It very specifically was not going as planned there, Barret. Oh. Tifa looks different. Oh. Man, I really should have increased the message speed on this. We did it! For rescuing the princess, have an instrument and a bridge. You're welcome. Is this even randomized? Oh no, I haven't been holding reset every time it swapped. Shiny new bridge. Programmed by Nacier. Not just yet, Egrets. We need to grind some money before you can do that. Setting things on fire with your mind is very expensive. I think we either just got the recipe or, I think we just made the level 4 hacking. I don't know, we didn't play last week because of Thanksgiving, so it's been 2 weeks, and I can't remember anything for that long. We just went through the Bloodborne zone. Please, Miss Instructor, tell me how to take care of my GFs. She really does, and she doesn't hide it very well. Well, you see, Toonhead, they're called Guardian Forces, which, of course, you would abbreviate to GF. I have been calling Quetzalcoatl a bird GF, yes. It counts. This Quetzalcoatl has more of a bird shape. Right, Egrets? I mean, the mythological Quetzalcoatl is definitely more a feathered serpent, but, like, this thing is more bird. I mean, Bird Snake GF is good too, don't get me wrong. Alright. It's 1:30 here. I'm gonna go to a break screen. I need to get myself a little bit of food, because I haven't eaten anything today. I don't know how much longer I'll keep going, but I'll grab some food and come back and play at least a little bit more. But yeah, this has actually been going a lot better than I expected. So I will, stretch, grab some food, get some water, all that good stuff. I recommend you do the same. And I will see you in a little bit. Hello again. I have consumed the leftover turkey. And now it's back to school. And it was delicious. Why did they put the menu on circle in this one? Absolutely bizarre behavior. Alright. I need to go see Sid about a lamp. Unless I'm too late for that. I don't remember when that window is. I was gonna say, Toonhead, I don't know what to tell you, but, like, that's just how that works. I don't remember where Sid lives. Okay, is that it? Maybe you can't even talk to Sid until after the final exam. Oh, that's right, because he invites you up. I don't think that's the definition of cannibalism. Ah, that bastion of intellectual rigor. Whoops. Hooray, cards. I mean, by that logic, Toonhead, We're all cannibals. After the second bite. Right? Oh. I don't actually remember where to go for the final exam. I'm sure someone told me like 5 swaps ago. Oh no. I mean, you absolutely could do that. You know, I'm gonna add that to the list. You could also make it swap when you fail things like the jump rope, too, maybe. Every miss in the initial sword fighting sequence in 9. Is it, though? We could make it harder. Oh no. Every blitzball goal, yeah? Such a sharp boy. Zeldinched. Dinked. Hey, it's Hot Dog Boy. I don't think there would be because, like, there's semi-random blitzball matches, but I'm pretty sure there's one for beating the first one and then, you know, one for finishing the minigame, because that gets you all of Wakka's special abilities. The Bouncer. I mean, really, that's the only important part about him, Jayla. Quistis may be, questionable when it comes to student-instructor relationships, but at least she knows how to talk to Cypher. Like, I mean, they're a bunch of, like, high school / college students, so, like, maybe their tastes aren't that good, but given that everyone goes wild, they have to be at least decent hot dogs. Also, I don't know which Cid is ethically worse, this one or Six's. Yeah, they're probably tied. Like, this Cid has a longer rap sheet and, like, more, shall we say, mystifying motivations for being a shitheel, but it's kind of hard to beat enslaving a magical race and experimenting on them for the fascist empire. Also, knowingly giving all of these war children amnesia in the process. Wee. You're right, Squall. Now is not the time to be getting off. You know, that would be a good theory, except that would mean that they also would want to deal with Cypher even more. How do I... Okay. Yeah, the cinematics in this game are really good. D-Day, this time featuring child soldiers. What's cooler? This is 8, yes. Oh, huh. I didn't realize that. What was the demo for 8 with? Was that with, like, air geese or something like that? Or no. Was it with, Didn't Brave Fencer Musashi come with a demo for one of them? Was that for 7? Yeah, because I remember that being like a big selling point for the game. Like, oh, that's Junction Exchange. Okay, right. They won't let you actually use Questus. Well, D-Day's on hold. Oh, come on. I promise y'all can hit some imps. Apparently not. Egret's pulling the party on his back. Get him, Tifa. Oh, right. Whee! There's even a welcoming gift. Actually, I just had another idea. One of the features of the shuffler is that I'm not taking advantage of right now because of the aforementioned being lazy with my layout. That writes certain information to text files that you can display on stream, like number of swaps, how long you've been in the current game, that sort of thing. I'm going to add an option to display the current swap chance. I should probably get out of this fight first, huh? Apparently I should be using magic on these things. Oh, is that the way to go? Oh well. I don't think the problem was with the fact that you I don't think you making the ID card weird made the ID scan happen early, Jesse. Oh. Who was it that said one day we'll get out of Narshe? I think it was Chayla. Not today, we won't. Oh no, it's him. If only I had access to Darkwave. Although that would end this fight sooner, which means we would get less of the Final Fantasy IV boss theme, so... maybe it's a good thing that I don't have Darkwave. Yeah, get out of here. Rydia, instantly showing 1,000,000 times more maturity than Hope ever displayed. For desert perched throats. I think if I was to perch on your throat, that wouldn't go well for you. I don't know, maybe someone's into that. What do you even have on? Rod, cap, leather, iron. Okay. I completely forgot Rydia could use bows. I think she's bad at it, though, because without aim, they have a high miss rate. Right, falling down. They still couldn't say die. Also, I just realized, how the hell did Rosa get here? Is it explained later that she, like, followed you or something? Oh, hey, back here. I love motifs. I love how they're using Liberi Fatali in this song. For sure. It is kind of funny how much of my musical taste has been defined by Uematsu. I was always really bad at Cypher's Gunblade timing. Probably because you only get him for, like, 10 minutes. Oh, huh, really? I should check out the demo sometime. There we go. I just need to add support for the demo to the shuffler. Give people a nice little confidence boost when they beat it. that's not where I'm going. Where am I going? How dare you try to steal Cecil's MP? Hell yeah, look at that griffin. Holy. Whoops. Oh, right. That was the special boss for the White Slayer. Completely forgot where I was. Oh, can you not use arrows as a white mage? Weird. What can use a bow? You know, I'll admit I'm kind of looking forward to getting swapped out of this because every time because of the text speed. Maybe I should have everyone attack the same ones. Kinda thought these things had less HP than they do. Everyone's poisoned! Woo! There we go. Dang, Boko. 20 damage. Oh. Zidane with the nice HP. You had to ruin it, Steiner. I appreciate Steiner as a character who actually undergoes some, like, real character growth. But yes, at the beginning, he is awful. Yeah, it really is. It's telling that this testing this game was the one that made me realize, oh no, Dragon Quest VII is going to be a thing, because it takes a while. It's one of those where the intro is really it's really good. It tells you what you need to know about all the characters and all of that. But it's good the first time and less so on repeat playthroughs. Yeah. One of those situations where they gave it a lot of personality, but at the cost of making it take a while. Hell bubbles. You know, I kind of forgot that all only works once. Thing. Whee! Miss? Oh, right, you are blind. I suppose you can miss. just pick up this deadly waste and put it in my pocket. Man, the game does not want to stick around in Final Fantasy V. Good, run away. I mean, isn't that the dream, though, Chayla? We don't need a job. Yeah. Oh. Huh. Okay, that memory just sucks. I really need to find something better for Final Fantasy 1. That is way more volatile than I thought it was. I mean, to be 100% honest, though, if that's the only bug I find in the entire course of this stream, I'm really happy with that. I'm sure there's a lot more opportunities for things to break in the future in these games, but, you know, I was expecting something catastrophic. See, I think what happened is they saw how people abused it in Final Fantasy VIII and were like, no, we're not going to let you do that again. So instead they just took it out of your hands. Final Fantasy VIII. We made the limit break based on having low HP and didn't think about the fact that you could just cycle your turn until you died. And then gave you aura. Ambush. Run away. It really is. Like, I know people give Final Fantasy VIII a lot of shit, and it deserves some of it, but honestly, I actually quite like 8 in a lot of ways. Yeah, J-Hit, you're right. Speaking of... he literally pointed over there. Dog. Well, that didn't last long. I legitimately don't remember where I'm supposed to be going in 4. Because I think I'm supposed to be going to the Sandworm's lair, but I don't remember where that is. But it's okay, we probably won't see it again today, because I'm probably going to be wrapping it up here fairly shortly. Alright. There is another bug. So yeah, I definitely need to spend some time finding better memory for some of these. Man, I forgot how much you miss at the early game of this. Oh hey Grenlith, how's it going? Hey, I finally got a stat up. Fancy that. I'm honored to be on your TV. What all are you equipped with, anyway? Nothing on head or hands, buckler, leather. I can't use this. I've never actually played the NES version of this, so a lot of how this works is kind of new to me. Probably find it in. Was there an in here? I guess maybe not. Ambushed. Oops. Good, get out of here. going to get some MP. You are. Awesome. I'm getting stat ups. Dang. FF2 wants to stick around. Ow. I'm working on it. Oh no! It really should be illegal for your work to make your soup get cold. Is Saga Summer a thing, or are you just making this up now? I mean, there's no reason I can't add 7th Saga to this. Do you not set this one? Huh. I expected another time sequence. You know, I appreciate the Gumption Kid, but I don't know if I would set the plant that you're currently inside of on fire. You know, that's fair. I suppose you're more likely to be able to get out of a burning plant than one that's eating you. Man, that is a horrifying thought that they just kind of gloss over. Unfortunately, I am. I don't remember if these are required or not, but when I was messing around with it earlier, I think I had to do them. I love how they have that entire ATV to just be like, yep, you forgot about her. Vivi, you're a treasure. Time for Zidane to learn what love is. Right. Boss is the other way. Oh, maybe boss is not the other way. There we go. I don't actually know. What? Can you lose this fight? Steiner is such a goody two-shoes, he didn't even open the chest. Blank is sad you're leaving. I'll have you know I'm equipping Bird Killer under duress. Alright, hit me. Who's your most disliked character, Chayla? Aiko, really? Not a fan of the precocious child archetype? I'll admit, I thought you were going to say Amarant. Oh! This is... okay. Maybe the Final Fantasy VI... I might be more okay with this counting as a known issue rather than a bug. Okay. I kind of forgot that this was technically a battle. I'll amend my bug. Oop. Ah. Ah. Yeah, that's fair. I complain about Freya not getting enough screen time because I like her, but Amarant just kind of doesn't exist. Yeah, I would have expected those. I completely forgot that this was technically a battle. I think I'm more okay with that swapping there. Like, if I can put in some time to find, like, a cutscene flag or something that I can check against, I will, but I'm less worried about finding entirely new memory with that. Good old treasure hunter. My most benched 6 character, I mean, probably Umaro. Alright, I do need to use Mog once so he gets the dance. Good news, you get your stuff back for one battle. Maybe. But yeah, Umaro definitely. I didn't end up ever using Strago that much, mostly because he joined so late, and, like, lures aren't super useful compared to normal magic. See ya, Jeffy. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your food. Honestly, I'm probably going to call it myself in about 10 minutes. Do you only move up and down? I'm beginning to think... Oh, no. Alright. Oh, come on. Get out of here. Thank you. Oh yeah, Gao you can definitely do some silly stuff with. But also, if you don't, you know, test every rage, you're never going to find that out. Cyan eventually kind of gets benched, aside from the fact that you kind of need to use him for quite a bit, because, like, Sword Tech kind of sucks and he's slow. It's a wolf. Pretty. FF9 definitely has some beautiful environments. Cool plan. Ow! Nice. Congrats on Soup. Okay. I think with that swap being here at 3:30 my time, I think that's where I'm going to call it. Thanks everyone for watching. This has been a lot of fun, and I ended up doing it a lot longer than I intended, but that's fine. If anyone's interested in checking it out for yourself, here it is. You know, if you do try it out and you find any bugs, let me know. And you do need fairly specific versions of a lot of the files, since I've only, implemented single hashes for a lot of them so far. That's on the list, is to find more valid hashes for these things and use them. So let me know if you have any trouble getting it set up, and I'll try and help. That'll help me figure out what I need to do to make it more accessible. But yeah. Thanks for watching. I'll be back on Friday with more Crosscode. And I'll keep y'all posted in the Discord as I progress with this. I don't know when I'll actually consider it ready for quote-unquote release or anything, since there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done. But all that being said, let's take a look and see who I can raid to, if anyone, or if I'm just gonna set y'all loose on the world. Rhakodactylus is a cool dude, and he's doing Scarmond, which I think is an RPG. I'll send y'all over his way. Make sure I spell that right. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm excited to see where this continues going. Have a good rest of your day and a good rest of your week. See you next time.